blocking out the sunlight. You could see further into the distance, nighttime that was coming towards the daylight. That's how dark it was. And I had no idea what it was, but as it came closer, it also came lower. And I started to be able to make out what it was, and it wasn't just one thing. It was thousands of things, millions of things. And as they came closer, I heard a sound, and it sounded like whispers. People whispering things. I couldn't make out what it was, but it was just thousands of people whispering. And once it came close enough, I knew that all of these tiny little things, I realized that they were UFOs. I realized that we were being invaded by aliens on the most beautiful day that I've ever seen. And I think that dream means that the day that we come in contact with something other than us, something that we can learn from, something that will change our daily lives, that will change history, 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 that will change history. That will be the most beautiful day.
Let me
blocking out the sunlight. You could see further into the distance, nighttime that was coming towards the daylight. That's how dark it was. And I had no idea what it was, but as it came closer, it also came lower. And I started to be able to make out what it was, and it wasn't just one thing. It was thousands of things, millions of things. And as they came closer, I heard a sound, and it sounded like whispers. People whispering things. I couldn't make out what it was, but it was just thousands of people whispering. And once it came close enough, I knew that all of these tiny little things, I realized that they were UFOs. I realized that we were being invaded by aliens on the most beautiful day that I've ever seen. And I think that dream means that the day that we come in contact with something other than us, something that we can learn from, something that will change our daily lives, that will change history, 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 that will change history. That will be the most beautiful day. blocking out the sunlight. You could see further into the distance, nighttime that was coming towards the daylight. That's how dark it was. And I had no idea what it was, but as it came closer, it also came lower. And I started to be able to make out what it was, and it wasn't just one thing. It was thousands of things, millions of things. And as they came closer, I heard a sound. And it sounded like whispers. People whispering things. I couldn't make out what it was, but it was just thousands of people whispering. And once it came close enough, I knew that all of these tiny little things of these tiny little things, I realized that they were UFOs. I realized that we were being invaded by aliens on the most beautiful day that I've ever seen. And I think that dream means that the day that we come in contact with something other than us, something that we can learn from, something that will change our daily lives, that will change history, 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 that will change history. That will be the most beautiful day.
Put your hands together!
you could see further into the distance, nighttime that was coming towards the daylight. That's how dark it was. And I had no idea what it was, but as it came closer, it also came lower. And I started to be able to make out what it was, and it wasn't just one thing. It was thousands of things, millions of things. And as they came closer, I heard a sound. And it sounded like whispers. People whispering things. I couldn't make out what it was, but it was just thousands of people whispering. And once it came close enough, I knew that all of these tiny little things, that all of these tiny little things, that all of these tiny little things, I realized that they were UFOs. I realized that we were being invaded by aliens on the most beautiful day that I've ever seen. And I think that dream means that the day that we come in contact with something other than us, something that we can learn from, something that will change our daily lives, that will change history, 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 that will change history. That will be the most beautiful day. Something that will change our daily lives, that will change history, 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 that will change history. That will be the most beautiful day.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for stopping by this evening, for tuning in for our Ukraine War Report, our nightly report for day 160. 160 days this ongoing war has been, again, carrying on in Ukraine. Very bloody conflict, which has yet to see any sort of end or peace. We're going to get everybody caught up and filled in on what's been going on in Ukraine and abroad for about the past 12 to 24 hours. We're also going to be touching on a couple of other developments, some geopolitical stuff that's currently going on, both in Europe and, of course, in the South Pacific with China and Taiwan. I'll talk a little bit about those developments as well and how they kind of fit into this kind of bigger picture here. Big shout out to everybody that's tuning in this evening. Tango Down, thank you so much for tuning in. It says it's 90 degrees Fahrenheit where he's tuning in from. Well, Tango, it's pretty warm in here right now. Actually, where's my thermometer? It's 88F in my office right now. Pretty toasty. So I'm also having a hard time chilling. But Tango, nonetheless, I thank you for tuning in tonight and helping out in the moderator department. Fallen Rays, I see you tuning in as well. Also another one of our mods. Thank you so much for stopping by this evening and taking a tour in the live chat here and maybe helping out with a little bit of moderation. I just realized I have the audio coming out of Kharkiv, and there's some Kharkivian roosters tooting on the incoming audio on that, so I'm going to have to mute that for now. Kayuka says, "Hey Nemico, how's it hanging? Recovered from sick? I see. I wasn't necessarily the normal type of sick. I'm dealing with some liver issues right now that I've been dealing with the past few weeks. I'm trying to get that figured out and pinned down. But I'm feeling a little bit better this evening. I'm going to get everybody filled in on what's going on in Ukraine and abroad. Of course, we'll start with our primary headlines. Then we'll kind of swing over into our community aggregated stuff from the Situation Room on the Discord server. Take a look at what people have been posting over there, and then of course we'll finish it all up with our open source reports, our live UA map reports, as well as kind of capping it all off with a Q&A session from the YouTube chat, the Twitch chat, as well as the Discord chat. I will be mentioning a few things tonight about Taiwan and China, and we'll also talk a little bit about some things that are going on in Europe as well. So not just Ukraine. We'll kind of talk, because I know a few of you requested some information on that. So we'll be taking a look at some of those other things as well. Without further ado, though, we're going to get into our primary headlines for Ukraine, for the Ukrainian war. Before we do that, though, if you guys haven't already, make sure to hit that like button. Best way to get the algorithm's attention. There's many different reasons, as we discussed in the live chat this evening. There's many different reasons why you'd want to hit that like button. If you haven't already, if you like this content, share it with your friends and family. Best way to get this information out into the hands of more people. And subscribe if you haven't already, because it's the best way to get notified when new streams or videos go live. Of course, if you're following on Twitch, you can hit that follow button. That's also the best way to get notified there when new streams and new streams go live on Twitch. However, the only way to get into our YouTube live chat is to make sure you are subscribed. So for those that were asking why they can't chat in the YouTube live chat, you do have to be subscribed for at least 20 minutes before you can start talking in the live chat. That's to keep spammers and Russian trolls and bots out of our live chats there. All right, well, without further ado, we're going to get right into it with tonight's news. I'll actually start with our weather forecast for Kyiv. It just came in from DoomPie in the Twitch chat. Thank you so much, DoomPie, for coming in clutch with the weather forecast as usual. Weather forecast for the capital of Ukraine, Kyiv, 0500 is 17 degrees centigrade, cloudy. Wind southeast, 16 kilometers an hour. Sunrise 0523, sunset 2040. Current time here on the East Coast is about 9:43 p.m. So we're coming to you guys a little bit later than usual. It's about I think about 5 a.m. Ukraine time at the moment. So with that, I could say good morning, Ukraine, and good morning to everybody in Europe as well. We're going to get right into it with our primary headlines this evening. Of course, our main title on the stream tonight is Russian troops are on the move as they look to prepare for that Ukrainian counteroffensive, which is going to be launched, which is underway, I would argue, in the south of the country. Meanwhile, the U.S. announced on Monday a new tranche of weapons for Ukraine's forces fighting Russia, including ammunition for increasingly important rocket launchers and artillery guns. The $550 million package will include more ammunition for the high-mobility advanced rocket systems, also known as the HIMARS systems, which we have come to know and love so much, as well as ammunition for artillery. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby told reporters Monday. Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu has said that Russia had destroyed 6 U.S.-made HIMARS missile systems since the beginning of the latest Russian invasion of Ukraine. However, we have yet to get concrete evidence of those destroyed HIMARS systems. 3 people have reportedly been killed by Russian shelling while evacuating in a minibus near Kherson. Ukraine's military is reporting as of today. Ukraine's Operational Command South reported 3 people died from the attack on the bus near Dohovy. Meanwhile, Turkey's representative at the Joint Coordination Center, also known as the JCC, in Istanbul, has said that the first ship carrying Ukrainian grain to world markets was expected to anchor at Istanbul on Tuesday night. At a briefing held at the JCC, General Özkan Astabulak said the course of the ship was going as planned. Another official said the plan is for a ship to leave every day. If nothing goes wrong, exports will be made via one ship a day for a while. Ukraine's State Security Service says it's investigating 752 cases of treason and collaboration. According to the agency, the greatest amount of cases have been documented in the regions of Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson. The United Nations Security General Antonio Guterres has warned that misunderstanding could spark nuclear destruction as the US, Britain, and France urge Russia to stop its dangerous nuclear rhetoric and behavior. Meanwhile, Sabina Higgins, the wife of Ireland's President Michael D. Higgins, has triggered a political row in Ireland by urging Russia and Ukraine to call a ceasefire and enter negotiations. Critics said the intervention amounted to Kremlin propaganda because it appeared to equate Moscow's aggression with Kyiv's fight for survival. Meanwhile, the U.S. has accused Russia of using Ukraine's largest nuclear plant as, quote, a nuclear shield. We reported on this with last night's report. U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said Washington was, quote, deeply concerned that Moscow was now using the plant as a military base and firing on Ukrainian forces from around it, and called Russia's actions around the plant the height of irresponsibility. That about sums up our primary reports, our key topic items for this evening. We're now going to take a hop over into our good as usual, our beautiful community aggregated news from our wonderful Intel analysts and users over on the Discord server. We're going to get everybody filled in on some of the individual reports. Again, these are community aggregated, so these are brought to you by you guys. You guys watching are the ones that bring us these reports. I'm going to be running through them again for the 2nd of August here. Again, big shout out to everybody that is tuning in this evening. Special Force Horse, nice to see you. Tango Down, Jimmy Joe, Miss Tiger Eye, Hugo, Kender, Doug Wilson, Lost B83, King Sam, Katlenberg, if you're in there somewhere. Jillian, again, thank you guys so much for tuning in, stopping by this evening for tonight's Ukraine report. Our first community aggregated report this evening comes from Tiger Eye, Miss Tiger Eye on the Discord server. This is presumably an oil storage facility with Russian fuel is on fire in Makivka near Donetsk region. Let's go ahead and hop over to our big screen here so we can take a look at this report in this video a little closer here. You can see on screen here. You can see on screen here some video of what looks to be a fire burning at this alleged oil depot, a Russian fuel depot. Miss Tiger Eye says she literally just posted that, by the way. So this is fresh off the press. I believe I have another one here as well from Miss Tiger Eye. I believe it's, is that the same video, Miss Tiger Eye? I believe this is. However, we have another video right below it we could take a look at. This shows kind of a glow in the sky coming from that region, from this reported Russian fuel depot fire. Our next report here coming from Kayuka. Kayuka, thank you so much for sending this over. This comes from Walter Report Ukraine on Twitter. Again, this is an unverified Twitter account, so always keep that in mind when we see these unverified Twitter accounts. It says, spotted in the Rostov, more engineering equipment and pontoon bridges are brought by Russian invaders to Ukraine in order to somehow replace what was lost and destroyed. They might be speaking of the Vinistia Bridge, possibly, maybe. In this particular case, pontoons are based on ancient Kraz 255 platforms apparently taken from storage. So some older equipment they're bringing to the front lines there. Kayuka says there's another video of that fuel depot. Oh, I have it here. I'll show you guys that next. First, though, we have another post from Kayuka from Brady Afric. Again, an unverified source here says, ferries alongside the Antonovsky Bridge in Kherson Oblast are visible in recent satellite imagery. The bridge was damaged by multiple strikes last month, so it looks like they have resorted to taking equipment across in ferries now after they destroyed that equipment. Somebody says here in the comments, those seem like the perfect target for a Bayraktar. No doubt, I imagine the Ukrainians are probably thinking the same thing right now at this time. More videos of that fuel depot fire, that Russian fuel depot fire here we see on screen. I believe this is actually the same video we just saw a moment ago. Again, showing the flames burning over that oil depot. And this might even be that same video I showed you as well. Actually, this looks like a different video here. As Tango Down says, nice of Russia to supply targets for Ukraine to destroy. Speaking to those those barges, ferries, that they're using to transport that equipment across there. So another video Kayuka just sent to me over a PM. I think it's worth taking a look at. This apparently, allegedly, shows those ferries working, and this does look like the Antonovsky Bridge here. State-owned Russian TV, Russia 1, released a video of a ferry crossing next to the Antonovsky Bridge. Of course, in this shot, it's loaded with civilian cars. No doubt they are using this to transfer military equipment to the front lines. Again, thank you to Kayuka for sending that over. That is actually some useful footage there. Fallen Rays actually just came in clutch with a little bit of a post here, just hot off the press, coming from Walter Report. So this is the same video, Fallen, that we just showed 2 seconds ago. But nonetheless, I'll show it here again. Again, this is that engineering equipment and pontoons, pontoon bridges. So these might be heading en route for the Antonovsky Bridge region. That ferry can only transport so much cargo, so much equipment across that waterway. So they might be looking to get a pontoon bridge installed. That's possible. Let me get caught back up here in our situation room so I can take a look here. So this talks, these posts come from Kayuka. He says, mixed messages coming out of Pisky. So let's take a look here. From this verified Twitter account here, a pro-Ukrainian account, a defense reporter with the Kyiv Independent, it says here, a bloody massacre goes on in Pisky, which is just next to the ruined Donetsk airport. I remember the battle for the Donetsk airport, even right back to 2014. Again, the Donetsk airport has been almost under constant battle for years and years and years now. I can't imagine it's even usable anymore. If any side was to take over that airport and hold that territory, I doubt it'd be even the airstrips are even usable anymore. After all, how much shelling has occurred at that airport over just the past 8 years or more? There's been almost constant fighting in and around that Donetsk airport. Russians entered the ruined town, but have been neutralized by fresh Ukrainian reserves. I like that word, fresh Ukrainian reserves, fresh off the press there. Ukrainian volunteers say Pisky is a meat grinder, a hell. Russia shells the village with heavy artillery and aviation. Ukraine has 2 mortars in the area. There are no means to repel the attack, and soldiers are dying. It says here, note, this was translated via Google Translate. This is a report talking a little bit about what's going on in Pisky. However, we have 2 more reports I want to show you about Pisky here. Kiyuka said there were some mixed messages, so I want to see what these mixed messages are. It says here, it was reported Russian forces managed to enter the town earlier on. It is unclear how far they got and how far they were pushed. Again, that's coming out of Pisky here. It was reported fresh Ukrainian reserves neutralized the original threat and fighting is ongoing. So yeah, definitely some mixed information coming out of Pisky at this time. We have another post here, I think, as well. Yeah, Pisky update is now confirmed that Russian forces reached the settlement, but were pushed back by Ukrainian forces. They will try again soon. Fighting continues. Glory to the heroes, it says there. Yeah, Russia is claiming they've captured Pisky, but Ukraine is saying that they have pushed back those Russian forces, repelled those Russian forces there. We have a post here coming from the Kyiv Independent. It actually has been removed. I have an excerpt, though. That post said Russian forces fired at Nikopol 1,100 times with MLRS over the past 3 weeks. According to Dnipropetrovsk Oblast Governor, Russian shelling has damaged over 200 residential buildings, several hospitals, schools, and kindergartens in Nikopol. So, again, that post was removed, so take that with a grain of salt, but usually anything coming from the Kyiv Independent is pretty verifiable. However, we'll have to check back in on that situation in Nikopol in the future. From Special Kherson Cat, also coming at us from Kayuka, explosions are visible from the direction of Chornobayivka in the Kherson region. You can see some pictures here of smoke rising from those locations. And a video here as well showing some explosions. We can take a look at this here. So again, these are explosions visible from the direction of Chornobayivka in the Kherson region. Our next post comes from Yanni0420. This is a little bit of information on the China-Taiwan situation. Let's take a look. It says here, this comes directly from Reuters, keep in mind. Taiwan is preparing its air raid shelters amidst rising hostility with China. The preparations include designating shelters where people can take cover if Chinese missiles start flying in, not in purpose-built bunkers, but in underground spaces. You can see some of them having some medical training there as well. Looks like they're practicing to stop bleeding from wounds there, from what I gather. And practicing getting into shelters as well, I see. As well as a little bit of dancing there, I see there. So they're still having a good time there in Taiwan. That's good. A lot of training, though. A lot of preparation, just in case. Again, you can never be too careful in this day and age. I mean, look at what happened. Look at what has happened in Ukraine. Not everybody saw that coming in the West here. Western intel analysts, a lot of them didn't see the invasion coming. We all saw the Russian forces piling up on the border. We saw the signs. We saw the proof in the pudding. But a lot of people didn't think it was actually going to come to them stepping over the border. I believe if Ukraine could go back a year, they would wish they had done more training, more civilian training ahead of time. There was a period of time right up until the invasion where Ukraine's government was in a little bit of a denial period, as we remember, early in February even. They were still kind of denying that Russia was planning to invade. It wasn't until right up until the week of the invasion that Ukraine really started buckling down and moving forces around, getting things in place. I'm sure there was some degree of preparation happening in the background, you know what I mean, kind of under the radar, so to speak, by the Ukrainian forces to prepare for an invasion. But I mean, a lot of the civilian training and stuff that has happened since the invasion has started, you see here the Taiwanese doing that. You see them doing that medical training, getting these shelters ready, training people to be able to, go to these air raid shelters if missiles start flying in. Again, that training, that preparation will come in extremely handy if something does go down in Taiwan. Again, we have another post here coming from Tiger Eye, Miss Tiger Eye. This comes from the South China Morning Post. It says here, top Hong Kong officials, politicians slam U.S. Speaker Nancy Pelosi's extremely selfish visit to Taiwan, say it tramples on one China policy. Says Chief Executive John Lee says the visit infringes upon China's sovereignty and territorial integrity and greatly threatens peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. Several top officials issue similar statements, while ex-leader Cai Lung also blasts Pelosi's sneak visit, they're calling it. It's not very much of a sneak visit when they've been announcing it for the past few weeks here. Again, we're going to have to keep our eyes peeled on this situation here in Taiwan, between Taiwan and China. It's a very dangerous situation, very similar to the situation we're seeing between Russia and Ukraine, of course. Again, only a matter of time to see if the Chinese decide to act on that. We have another video coming from Yanni0420. This is a video here This is actually so somebody's already ahead of the game here, guys. Somebody has already jumped the gun and is ahead of the game, broadcasting Taiwan multicams, some Taiwan multicams. I guess I'll have to do that now. We'll have to get some Taiwan multicam streams up for you guys, like we had, of course, with the Ukraine right a few days before the Russians went over the border into Ukraine. We were already broadcasting data and live cameras, CCTV cameras from Ukraine. So I guess we'll have to get on that. Somebody was like, "Yeah, we got to do this. We gotta prepare before the invasion." So again, remains to be seen if the Chinese will act on this. Seems quite a few YouTubers here think they will, as they're already getting some multicam streams up and running for that. Another post here coming from Kayuka. This comes from Pravada.com. Under a smokescreen at the Kalinchek railway station, the occupiers blew up their ammunition cars. Let's take a look at this article here. At the Kalinchuk railway station in Kherson Oblast, the occupiers planned to unload train cars with military equipment and ammunition under a smokescreen. Shortly after setting up the smokescreen, an explosion rang out at the unloading site, and the rail convoy began to move in the direction of occupied Crimea. A quote from this report here, it says, in order to mask the unloading process and protect against HIMARS strikes, the occupiers used powerful smoke. At approximately 11:20, an explosion rang out in the work area. It was impossible to determine its source accurately due to a dense smokescreen. However, immediately after the explosion, the rail convoy began without any warning to move in the direction of Crimea. The enemy personnel scattered in panic. Very interesting post there. Another post coming from Kayuka. Comes from BBC.com. Always good to see a nice, healthy post here from the good old BBC. Let's take a look here. It says, Russia accuses the U.S. of a direct role in the Ukraine war, guys. Okay, so Russia has accused the U.S. of a direct involvement in the war in Ukraine for the first time. Up until this point, they've been calling it a proxy war, which it basically is, okay? You can't argue that it's not a proxy war between the U.S. and Russia. But now they're saying that they are directly involved in the war here. One would argue that they've been directly involved since the beginning of the conflict. Of course, providing intelligence to the Ukrainian forces is kind of a big deal. I would argue that is almost direct involvement. Flying drones and having intelligence assets directly involved, in the strategic planning of the Ukrainian forces. However, what's changed now is that the Kremlin is coming out and saying, yeah, we're considering the U.S. directly involved in the conflict in Ukraine. A spokesperson for Moscow's defense ministry alleged the U.S. was approving targets for American-made HIMARS. The U.S. was approving targets for American-made HIMARS artillery used by Kyiv's forces. So that's that intelligence being fed to the Ukrainian forces. Lieutenant General Igor Kunashnikov has said intercepted calls between Ukrainian officials revealed the link. The BBC could not independently verify this. Russia previously accused Washington of fighting, quote, a proxy war in Ukraine, as I just mentioned a few moments ago. A spokesperson for the Pentagon said it provided the Ukrainians with detailed, time-sensitive information to help them understand the threats they face and defend their country against Russian aggression. HIMARS is a multiple rocket system which can launch precision-guided missiles as targets. We already know all this, of course. Far further than the artillery that Ukraine previously had. Of course, those HIMARS have been extremely effective. You can see one here, HIMARS o'clock here. You can see that system there on screen. Holy cow. It can move up to 53 miles an hour. That's pretty quick. That's a pretty quick clip there that this HIMARS system can move out. Really, they can shoot, shoot and scoot? Shoot, boot, and scoot? I forgot the exact term, but something like that. Anyway, moving on here. We have another few posts here coming from Kayuka. This one comes from Anton Gerashenko, a verified Twitter source, actually. It says Russian Defense Ministry plans holding the first so-called International Anti-Fascist Congress in August to unite efforts in fighting neo-Nazism with representatives of 74 friendly countries. The Congress will probably nominate Putin for Nobel Peace Prize. Your thoughts, he asks. A very interesting post there coming from Twitter source here, Anton Gerashenko. Next post here comes from, I believe this is a first-time poster, Kirill. Let's take a look about. Let's take a look at this post here, Kirill. It shows some flight radar data, not too close from Taiwan. I believe this is Nancy Pelosi's aircraft, which flew in earlier today. Call sign SPAR 19. Its official SPAR 19 has updated its arrival destination to Songshan Airport in Taipei, Taiwan, despite warnings from China. At the same time, multiple U.S. aircraft are now moving closer to Taiwan as SPAR 19 moves in. There are over 30 U.S. aircraft heading towards Taiwan right now, a majority coming from Okinawa, Japan. Another post here coming from Ukraine Weapons Tracker, this comes at us from Kayuka, shows pro-Russian channels are spreading these images claiming that HIMARS launcher was destroyed. In reality, it's a Ukrainian M1152 HMMWV ambulance vehicle, and you can clearly see that here, guys. You can clearly see that this is not a HIMARS system. In fact, if we go to that BBC article I showed you just a moment ago, I can prove that to you. Here's our HIMARS system. Notice the wheels, the structure here. Does that look anything like a HIMARS rocket system? No, it looks like a trucked vehicle. Nothing like a HIMARS system. And this was canvas. This is obviously canvas here, which we see on the sides, of course. The missile launcher pod doesn't have canvas. It's all steel. So, yeah, this person right here says, who in his mind would think this is a HIMARS? Absolutely nobody is that. I mean, there probably is somebody out there that was dumb enough to think that's a HIMARS system, unfortunately, especially people that are in Russia that believe a lot of the propaganda which is fed to them on a daily basis from the Russian forces. Our next post here comes from Pyrotech. Comes from ru.interfax.com. Let's take a look. Let's get this translated over into English. Okay, now that it's translated into English, we have at the railway station in Kalachunk. We talked about this a little bit earlier. The invaders, having arranged a smokescreen, blew up their own train. Main Intelligence Directorate of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine said, again, you can see here on screen, some pictures here coming from that scene there. Again, it noted that immediately after the explosion, the echelon, without warning, began to move towards Crimea, and the personnel fled in panic. 1 second, guys, here while I take a little bit of a hydration break here, moisten my palate. Okay, much better. So, I believe we have one more post here. Let me see here. Okay, so again, this talks about the southern counteroffensive. This comes from Ukrainiform.net, again, posted by Kayuka. Actually, we have one more after this as well, but I wanted to show this one here. The Defense Ministry says Ukraine Army ready to repulse enemy forces in the south of the country. Okay, so the armed forces of Ukraine are constantly preparing for any repeated offensives by the Russian army, considering and analyzing any possible scenarios. The relevant statement was made by Ukrainian Defense Deputy Minister Hanna Maliar during a nationwide telethon, commenting on Russia's potential offensive on Kharkiv and the enemy bringing up forces to southern Ukraine And Ukrainiform correspondent reports. Again, the main headline tonight for you guys is those Russian forces are on the move. They are rebolstering their numbers in the south of the country to defend against any possible Ukrainian counteroffensive. Our final community aggregated report tonight comes from the United Kingdom's Ministry of Defense with our daily intelligence update for the 2nd of August, 2022. Let's go ahead and read this off for you guys here. I'll blow it out so you guys can see it on the screen. Okay. The Sierra Leone-flagged cargo ship Razzoni left the Ukrainian Black Sea port of Odessa on the 1st of August, headed to the port of Tripoli in Lebanon, loaded with 2,600 tons of Ukrainian grain. This marks the first grain shipment from a Ukrainian port since the invasion began, enabled by an agreement on a grain export transit corridor between Ukraine, Turkey, the UN, and Russia on the 22nd of July. Moving on from that, the reported strike on Russian Black Sea Fleet headquarters in Sevastopol on Navy Day is the latest setback for the Black Sea Fleet in the 5-month-old war against Ukraine, which included the loss of its flagship cruiser, the Moskva, in April of 2022. I don't know if any of you remember our reports on the Moskva, but that definitely was a pretty big loss for the Russian Navy. Final report in this intelligence update. It says, following the reports of canceled parades, it is unlikely that the Black Sea Fleet can manage high-profile public events alongside its wartime activities. Again, big shout-out to everybody that posted in the Situation Room tonight, the Situation Room channel over there on the Discord server. If you would like to read all of the posts, of course, we don't have time to go through all of them on the stream, but if you guys would like to go through all of those, you can find them, again, in the Situation Room channel on the Discord server. There's a link to the Discord in the description below. Now, without further ado, we're going to hop over here to our open source reports from Live UA Map, starting at the 12-hour mark and moving backwards. We're actually going to start here at the 15-hour mark, because we don't have anything for the 12-hour mark here. It says 15 hours ago, Ukraine has not, and just to be perfectly clear to everybody on this, as I've showed you a few reports tonight about Russia saying that they have destroyed some of these HIMARS, it says here, Ukraine has not lost a single HIMARS system. This report comes from the Operational Command south of Ukraine's armed forces. 10 hours ago, 2 missiles were shot down over Vinnytsia region. You can see where those were located here on Ukrainian-held territory. 9 hours ago, missile attack in Chervnohrad district of Lviv region. Again, this is one of the first attacks in and around Lviv region that we've had this week, I believe. Since over the past about 1 to 2 months, we have seen kind of a slowing down in the amount of strikes which are occurring in western Ukraine. However, I do like to reiterate that there is no region of Ukraine which is outside of this conflict. Lviv region, Kyiv region, they are all constantly being bombarded almost on a weekly basis. Again, though, I reiterate, this is probably one of the first missile attacks we've seen near Lviv in the recent week. 9 hours ago, today, the U.S. Treasury imposing a new round of sanctions targeting the Kremlin-connected elites, a major multinational company, and a sanctions evasion operation, as well as one yacht. You got to take their yachts, okay? If there's one thing the Russian oligarchs hate to lose the most, it's their super yachts, as we've seen here. Right before the invasion began, actually, we saw Putin trying to move his super yacht. He tried to move it, but I believe it ended up being seized, if I'm not mistaken. Kender, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Says thank you, Nemico. I'm going night. You are the best test. I'm the best test, it says. Kender, you are the best test. Thank you so much for tuning in this evening. As Miss Tiger Eye says, you almost made it to the end. Proud of you. I think we're all proud of you. Everybody, if you could just give a little round of applause for Kender for bearing with us and sticking around until basically the end of the show here. Speedy Squirrel, good morning to you. 7 hours ago, explosions and fires in Mykolaiv. That one's hard to pronounce. That one takes me a little bit of tries, a few tries there to get that one right. Mykolaiv. As a result of shelling. That's 7 hours ago. You can see here where that's located on the map. Just west of Ukrainian retaken territory, on Ukrainian territory, of course. Our final post this evening from Live UA Map says 6 hours ago, Zelensky said that despite U.S. supplies of rocket artillery, Ukraine's forces could not yet overcome Russia's advantages in heavy guns and manpower. Quote, "This is very much felt in combat, especially in the Donbass. It is just hell there. Words cannot describe it." And that is very true. Words cannot describe what we have seen there on the ground in Donetsk. Some of the video, some of the pictures, some of the content we've seen coming out of the Donetsk region, it looks like World War I and World War II in some areas. Okay, that's the kind of conflict which we're seeing down there. Just constant shelling, constant bombardment, constant movements by the Russian forces and counter movements by the Ukrainian forces. There's a lot of bloodshed. There's a lot of young men dying down there on both sides of the conflict. That about sums up our open source reporting, our reporting overall, actually, for this evening. We're now going to switch over to a little bit of a Q&A in the live chat. Sound off in the live chat where you're tuning in from, what fuel prices are looking like, what food prices are looking like, if that sort of thing interests you, and let us know if you have any comments or questions on not only the ongoing war in Ukraine and the situation in Europe, but also if you have any comments or questions about what's going on in China and the South Pacific with Taiwan and that whole situation as well as some of this nuclear rhetoric we've heard a lot about the past few days. Sound off in the chat with any of your questions, and we will go ahead and we'll read those off in the chat. Let me go ahead and switch back to our main newsroom here. That's better. Hello to everybody. Again, thank you so much for tuning in this evening. Speedy Squirrel says BRB in chat in 16 minutes. I'm walking home and listening to Nemico while walking. I hope my reporting, my hastily reported nightly report here, kind of helps you keep pace as you're walking home there, Speedy Squirrel. I wonder how the weather feels tonight in the UAE. I bet it's hot down there this evening, or actually it's morning. It's morning for you, if I'm not mistaken. Matt Dollar says, so America... Okay, so he's talking about World War II, I believe, there. So again, keep in mind, Matt, that those death counts are not confirmed. None of that is confirmed. In fact, as I've said multiple times, we won't have confirmed casualty counts or wounded counts until the end of the war. So I tell everybody, don't believe any reports you hear from any side. Ukraine, Russia, the West, the UK. Don't believe the death counts and the casualty counts because we won't have concrete numbers until this war is long over with. Lotus K says, hi, Nemico. Do you have a theory why Russia did not or has not bombed Kyiv more intensively, especially with intent to take out Zelensky as their supposedly number one target from the get-go? Well, they have bombed Kyiv in recent weeks. They've done missile attacks. It's hard for Russia to launch Russian aircraft, attacks from Russian aircraft over Kyiv, because they do have air defense systems. Kyiv has a pretty significant air defense system set up. And so it's pretty hard for the Russians even to get cruise missiles on target in that region, especially after they pulled out during the beginning of the war. They pulled out of the Kyiv region, and since then the Ukrainians have really bolstered their defenses there, especially their air defenses in that region. It's possible that will change in the future, though. It's possible that we might see eventually more attacks intensify on Kyiv, more attacks intensify on government buildings and bunkers where Zelensky might be staying. However, Zelensky is like a ninja. I mean, nobody knows where he is at any time. Okay, he's constantly bouncing around everywhere. All right, and I mean, every time he's out somewhere in public, they have their eyes peeled on the skies, with radar and stuff. They have, basically a small army that surrounds him everywhere he goes. So it's made it quite difficult for the Russians to conduct a strike like that. Kayuka says, thinks I just feel a bit bad. Nemico having to scroll through it all and not be able to check it all. Maybe I should send a small update to Nemico every day about the most important things I find. Kayuka, I would totally appreciate that, man. Yeah, if you got the time, you don't have to do it, but if you have the time and you want to, you could send like a condensed thing down. Very similar to how the Ministry of Defense from the UK intelligence updates are formatted. If you want to send over something like that, I would love to see it, and I'd be down to report on it in these nightly reports. Annette, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Mike Barry, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Kender, again, good night to you. Michelle Welch, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Yeah, Kayuka is definitely... Oh, yeah, that reminds me. I have to get a rank set up for our power posters in the Discord server. I'll get to that at some point here soon. We'll get kind of a special rank made out for all of our power posters. Those of you that have put in the hours and that deserve something in return, I want to make sure I get you guys a nice little rank over there in the Discord server. Appy Moo, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. I see you updated your profile picture there, I think, actually, on YouTube. Either that or I'm just hallucinating here. Big Homie, check out the Nemico Network Discord for feeds and info. Ain't no worries until shit starts shaking. That is very true, Epi. I hope everything is wonderful this evening in Scotland, or this morning. I think it's morning there for you guys, right? But I hope, nonetheless, you're doing well. Thank you for tuning in tonight. Lost B83 says, tuning in from Florida, under $4 a gallon. Yeah, those fuel prices still going down, and I hope they continue to trend downward. OG Smiley 69 says, Michigan, gas $3.99, lowest I've seen. That does sound pretty low. It's below that $4 mark. That's what we like to see. Miss Tiger Eye coming in clutch and reminding me of our poll. I almost forgot of our community poll here. So tonight's poll, guys, if you haven't voted in it, actually, we have 194 votes stacked up in the poll here, so I think that's plenty. I'm going to go ahead and end that out. Tonight's poll question was, do you think China will act during Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan? 38% of you said yes, so just shy of 40%, but an overwhelming majority of 62% of you think they're calling China's bluff, and that China isn't going to do anything. Very interesting poll results there this evening. It's the first time I've done a poll not related directly to the Ukrainian war, but I think there's so many people talking about it and asking about it that I figured it'd be worth running a little bit of a poll there about Taiwan and China there. I posted those results in the Situation Room if anybody would like to look at those results that are not on YouTube there. Just Me says $4.32 in Michigan, so that's a little bit higher than where OG Smiley's tuning in. But again, I hope those prices continue to trend downwards. One thing that would be interesting if this China situation continues to get to continue to increase in volatility, will we see Chinese bots? Will we start seeing Chinese bots and Chinese trolls in these live chats in the same way that we've seen Russian trolls and Russian bots in these live chats? That's a good question. I think that remains to be seen. We'll have to keep an eye on that. RM Red says, any updates on Kosovo? No, not currently any updates on Kosovo. There was a lot of reports over the past few days, over the weekend as well, and I want to get like a full-length report together for that. There's a very complicated situation that's happening between Serbia and Kosovo. It's possible that there's Russian involvement with that, but a lot of stuff is kind of, unconfirmed, unverified, and so I want to get more information on what's going on there. It's the same kind of thing with what's going on with Lithuania and some of those Baltic states. You get rumors posted by, the Russian side of the media, and you get stuff posted by the Western side of the media, but a lot of that's still up in the air. I want to get kind of a full report together on what's going on with Serbia and Kosovo, as well as some of the Baltic nations separately, and then of course Taiwan and China. I am going to be changing up the reporting format soon, and we'll be able to kind of cover those things more. And again, I look forward to doing that, bringing you guys information on some of the other things that are going on in the world. Lost B83 says, Nemico, do you think if Ukraine takes Crimea back, they will blow the East Bridge? Yeah, I think probably I would 100% guarantee that they would do that. They might do that even before they fully take it back. It's possible that they could take out that bridge while they're taking Crimea back, while they're launching a counteroffensive on Crimea. If they get that far, we hope they do. We hope they're able to move that far. Michelle Welch says we got down to $3.88 a gallon here in Missouri. That sounds pretty good. We'd like to see it lower, of course, but that's not too bad. Takey Jakey says Nemico Network, does it surprise you tanks and planes are still not remote controlled in 2022? Even modern designs require a human to sit in the vehicle itself. Well, there are some equipment. There is some equipment that again like newer stuff that's coming out and it's going into service that has capability to be remote controlled and unmanned. But for some of these larger weapon systems, things like tanks, things like aircraft, the margin of error is so small there that the only option you have is to put a human operator in that vehicle. But there's a whole bunch of companies like Rheinmetall, I think is one of them, coming out with they have all sorts of automated systems which they're now selling to militaries around the world and might even see service in the near future here, God forbid. But it doesn't surprise me because it's happening. It's just we don't hear about it. All right, and of course, as the years go by, we will continue to hear more and more on that sort of thing as weapon systems become more and more automated. Keiko says, so what about the earthquake swarm in Iceland? Oh, so is that what Epi was referring to? Was the earthquake swarm? Wondering if it will lead to a massive eruption again or just a small one. This is actually the first I've heard of that. Is from you guys. I actually had not heard about that earthquake swarm, but I'll take a look at that after tonight's report. I'm hoping it. I hope it doesn't lead to a massive eruption. I'm by no stretch of the imagination a volcanic expert or a geologist, but from what I know, Iceland they have a fair amount of volcanic and seismic activity, so it doesn't surprise me that they're having some earthquakes. But hope everybody's okay over there in Iceland, and that no massive eruptions happen anytime soon. Just Me says, I haven't heard anything about any nuke besides North Korea. Eggs are still $4 a dozen. That's an interesting comment there, Just Me. So we've heard a lot about nuclear rhetoric this past week. The UN came out and said that we're like deadly close to a nuclear conflict with Russia. Russia, of course, is continuing their normal nuclear rhetoric that they've been putting out. So we've heard like a lot of talk about it, of course. It is a very dangerous situation. One would argue that, I mean, we're closer to... Yeah, actually, I think it is confirmed. We are closer to midnight on the doomsday clock than we have ever been, ever, at this very moment. I mean, it trumps the Cold War, where we were at in the Cold War and stuff as well. Just how close we are to nuclear confrontation with other world superpowers, including Russia and China. Speedy Squirrel says that Nemico 99F with 85% humidity at 6 a.m. Oof. That sounds pretty rough there, Speed Squirrel. Get to some air conditioning. Drink some nice cold lemonade. Hugo says, tuning in from Los Angeles, what's the news on A-10 Warthogs? Are they in Ukraine yet? No, they are not in Ukraine yet from what I've heard, but there's a possibility we might send some over there. I'd like to see it. I've talked about that since the war began, that the one weapon system I personally would like to see in Ukraine being used on the battlefield against Russian forces would be the A-10 Warthog. So not because not because of how effective it is, not because of, it would be a huge game changer necessarily for the war, but because of the effect it would have on Russian troop morale. If there's one weapon system that has an effect on morale, a negative effect on your enemy's morale more than anything, it's that burst. The burst you get from the A-10 Warthog's main gun as it flies overhead. It'll scare the crap out of any Russian soldier. That is for sure. A-10 Warthogs would be, I think, pretty useful in when they launch counteroffensives. Having that ground attack aircraft, being able to go in, strike targets very quickly, shoot and scoot, so to speak, and then just having that morale effect on the Russian forces, I think would be pretty useful. The Russians would probably hightail it out of the area. The Ukrainians could then, take back their land. On a kind of a case-by-case basis, I think it might be pretty useful. Of course, the Russians have air defense systems as well, so that would be a problem for the A-10. But I don't think it's anything the Ukrainians couldn't handle. Lotus K says, thanks for addressing it. Is my concern as Russia keeps losing and just trying to do as much damage as they could. Yeah, that's the problem with the situation in Ukraine, is that as Russia continues to lose, we back them into a corner, and we're backing Russia into a corner. And when Russia gets backed into a corner, they have kind of a what's the word here? A scorched earth policy. They basically destroy whatever they can't get their hands on. Kayuka actually sent me over a post here talking about those A-10s. It says, this is actually from military.com. It says, Ukraine official says country doesn't want old American A-10s. Why? Why not? Air Force officials said last week that a variety of American planes could be given to Ukrainian pilots in their fight against Russia, including the A-10 Warthog. But in a message to military.com on Tuesday, Yuri Sak, an advisor to Ukraine's Ministry of Defense, made it clear the country doesn't need A-10s and needs more modern F-16 Fighting Falcon fighter jets. Yeah, they need those. I believe those are interceptor aircraft, right? Is that a strike aircraft or interceptor aircraft? Well, I think they should get both, okay? Yeah, as he says here, the A-10s will not close our sky. They will not stop bombers and missiles. That's true. That is really true, okay? A-10s are not designed to compete for airspace. They're designed as ground attack aircraft. But I still think they would come in handy on the ground there. Of course, again, I like to reiterate, I'm not a military expert by any stretch of the imagination, but I do think they would be useful having those A-10s, those ground attack aircraft. As Uktin says, yes, very true. Once they have air superiority, they might use A-10s. Yes, so I think they should get both. Send in, the interceptor aircraft, right? The ones that can take control over Ukrainian airspace, and also send in the A-10s so that you could take back territory on the ground. A-10s would be extremely useful for taking back territory on the ground. Fallen Rays, good night to you. Thank you so much for tuning in this evening. Epi says it's about 3:21 a.m. his time in Scotland. I got pretty far behind here in the live chat, actually. Attila says China violated defense zones with 21 aircraft today. I'm sure we'll hear more about that by tomorrow in the news. John Clancy says the Chinese invasion plans went down with the Moskva. That's possible. Tony Wilson says there are more Chinese bots than Russian bots. However, there are more Russian trolls than Chinese trolls. Very wise. Very wise of you. Hugo says you need a Taipei cam when shit hits the fan. If China, if there are signs, if this satellite imagery comes along, if there are reports, intelligence reports that come along that say China is about to make a move on Taiwan, you can bet that, yes, I will have a data/cam stream for Taiwan up, as well as the Ukraine cam stream as well. Miss Tiger Eye says, "Baha, did Nemico Network just burp?" Yeah, when I get into these live streams and I start reading off comments and articles and stuff. Sometimes I gotta hold them back, and then sometimes it just comes up. You gotta it's better out than in. You know what I'm saying? Especially when we're reporting on the news. Separin, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Says Russians are not trolls. Russian are orcs. Appy Moose says no. I was just using the earthquake thing for a pop goes the weasel effect. Right on, Appy Moose. Again, thank you so much for tuning in this evening. Hugo says DEFCON levels headed to 1. Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on those DEFCON levels soon. At the DEFCON, I know that's not the official DEFCON level, but it's a pretty accurate estimate of that DEFCON level from that website that we used earlier in the war. I'll have to check that soon. I actually haven't looked at that in a while. Tony Wilson says 85% humidity anymore, and you need to scuba. Yeah, that is true. Crypto Santa Claus, thank you so much for tuning in. It says the U.S. State Department approves potential sale of F-35 fighter jets munitions to Germany. That's interesting. I haven't heard that report yet, but I'll have to take a look into that. Lost B83 says, Nemico, would you ever go do a live report from Ukraine? Yes, 110%. If I had the money and the funding to get a plane ticket to go to Ukraine, I'd already be there. But I don't, unfortunately. I have 4 kids and other work. But if I had the money, if I had the funding, yes, you could bet that I would already be there now. I would have been there months ago, reporting from the ground on Ukraine. I would have liked to have gone to Kyiv and been with Mehmet when he was there in Kyiv and had in-person interviews with him. I would have gotten a ton of on-the-ground video content for you guys from there. I've even talked to people that are over there about getting like footage, and then I can commentate over the footage and stuff. It just doesn't work. It just didn't work out. Again, early in the war, it was kind of chaos ensuing over there. But yeah, I mean, if I had the funding, if I had the capital to be able to do that, I would 100% go and do reports from Ukraine. Bunky Chunk says Nemico going to have to hire people. Yeah, that would definitely be a huge help. Yeah, a huge help. We do have some people that help out, with the Discord with moderation and everything like that. And in the past, I had people helping, writing some content for the live streams, and we had some writing team stuff. But as the war has progressed and as news has slowed down, I've kind of gotten to like a routine of being able to get the reports ready after I get off work. I get a couple hours in of getting the information together and doing a little bit of writing, and then prepping the stream to be able to come on air for you guys. Then I spend about a half an hour to an hour afterwards getting the video uploaded and all that information typed up and everything. But yeah, if we continue to expand, I would definitely need to bring on some extra help, especially as I have other jobs that I work as well during the daytime. So this is kind of like a side thing for me. Tony Wilson says they have better fireworks in Ukraine. So there's another Ukrainian YouTuber I watch called Kriosan. Some of you might know who Kriosan is. It's like a science channel. They've done a few videos with their fireworks, and some of the fireworks they have over there. They call them petards. Petards is what they call them. I would love to go to Ukraine, not just to do some reporting, but to get some fireworks. If you could find fireworks in Ukraine, if you could buy them right now in Ukraine, even I'm not even sure if you can get them, but I would love that. That'd be awesome. I actually plan to go to Poland or Germany eventually. I would like to do that someday. Kind of take a vacation over there if I ever get enough cash together, and kind of go and buy some of their fireworks over there, and because they have some of the best fireworks in Poland and Germany that I think you can get anywhere in Europe. They have like no laws there for like the amount of flash powder you can have and firecrackers and stuff. So they're basically like small bombs. But I mean that stuff is awesome. I'd love to do that. I wish the U.S. fireworks laws were like that, but unfortunately they're not. Patty Wax says, just came on. Did I hear you right? Mehmet is no longer in Kyiv. I actually haven't talked to Mehmet in a few weeks. I don't know if he left Kyiv or not. But I plan to get a hold of him soon and have him back on the show for a little bit of an interview. I heard he is doing well, but I would like to get updates on him before I just say anything, because, again, I don't know. That's not confirmed. Doom Pie says, fireworks in Poland, fireworks Italy, and Spain. Yeah, Italy. I heard Italy also has some good... Italy has some good fireworks as well. Yeah, I would love to do a fireworks vacation at some point, where I just go to like different fireworks manufacturers and vendors across Europe and stuff, and then take stuff out to like out to the woods or whatever you can light them off legally, of course, and do videos and stuff, and create like a backlog of content from that trip. Where I can post videos of different fireworks and all sorts of different stuff. That'd be awesome. Pennywax says, wow, that's a full-time job in itself. Yes, indeed. Jillian, thank you so much for tuning in. Says we appreciate everything you do for all of us, keeping up on the updates and reports on the site. I'm trying my best. Yeah, Doompie says Cobra 6. Sorry, Jillian, I got sidetracked there as soon as Doompie talked about Cobra 6. Those Cobra those Cobra firecrackers, I want those so bad. I watch a YouTuber by the name of The Offler. I'm not sure if he's German or if he's Polish, but he gets all those crazy firecrackers, and those Cobras are insane. Scream is another one. Those are really awesome. You can't get anything even close to that in the U.S. If you have any of that in your possession here in the U.S., you're going to jail. It's that's the equivalent of basically having a bomb here in the United States. The ATF doesn't look too kindly on that, so we have to stick to consumer grade fireworks. And I have a lot of fun, traveling, state to state every summer. I go and I visit family and stuff, and I go to different fireworks stands, and I like looking at all the the new stuff, even though it's it's small stuff. You can't get any big crazy stuff here in the States, but what I can get, I still do appreciate, and I like collecting it and taking a look at the new stuff that comes out. It's all good fun. Miss Tiger Eye, thank you for those kind words. Thank you for tuning in tonight. With that, guys, we're going to cap off tonight's report. I'm going to try to make it back here tomorrow at around 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so that's about 3 a.m. Ukraine time. I might have to do it early tomorrow as I have a late shift at work I got to get to tomorrow evening. So I might do it a little bit earlier, but I'm going to try to announce that on the Discord and on the YouTube community page before that goes live. So keep an eye on that. If you guys are looking for any of the links to anything, you can find them in the description below. If you can't find it there, you can find it over on the Discord server. You can find the link to the Discord server in the description below. And everybody's welcome to join the Discord server over there. Don't go anywhere. We'll be getting our Ukraine cam and data stream right back up after this is done. And of course, I'll be uploading this report to the YouTube channel after it's done here live. So if you missed it or you want to go back and watch it, you can find that on the YouTube channel. It's youtube.com/Nemico Network. Lost B83, thank you for those kind words. Kayuka, thank you so much for tuning in. Annette, thank you so much for tuning in. Until next time, everybody, actually, really quickly, if you haven't already, hit that like button. Best way to get the algorithm's attention. Hit subscribe. Best way to get notified when new streams or videos go live, guys. Until next time, you are watching Nemico Network.
Something that will change our daily lives. That will change history. 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 That will be the most beautiful day.
лететь Холодная гора или Бавария, это было дальше, чем то, что утром у меня было.
Видишь, а вечером мы не слышали, мы ничего не слышали.
Значит,
Ты
это где-то
говоришь,
Золочев.
да.
Наверное, Леонид тогда придет, наверное, скажет тоже, что дергать.
Я думаю, что да. Потому что здесь это не было более или менее вечером тихо, а вот это в 2 часа, ну, где-то в 3 часа, 4. У нас даже сработали,
Сигнализация машин.
ну да, что-то запикало. Я не поняла, что где-то, наверное, переконнектили. Он выбивает, позвонит, ну что, поехали, там уже все, ну лети через дом, там же все слышишь.
Вообще туда ж на край.
Да, у нас вообще край.
Да. Если хотя бы, ну, вот здесь студенческая, и то как-то пьяные.
Да.
Хотя студенческую педакадемию прилетела, блин, туда дальше в тот парус прилетела. Ну, опять таки там.
Ну, тоже как бы школа, тоже в каждом районе, в принципе,
Да,
школа
да.
есть.
У вас там вообще через каждые 100 метров школа.
Ну, у нас там садик, это школа, но она чуть-чуть, ну, просто с окна нам так видно.
У нас садика, говорят, съехали. Съехали.
Ну, я ж не знаю, есть они, нет. Там
Даже я наивная
председатель.
пришла, вот тут говорит, тоже что такое стоит на пороге, так, ступенечка, и садик вот уже начинает, там вообще, вот так уже, как вот это уже начинается садик. Ну, а здание чуть дальше. Ну, я на окном посмотрели.
Это что, садик?
В садике.
Ты же
Да.
говоришь, нет.
Так это раньше. А потом же она говорит, что люди писали, и милиция в этом же доме, что парикмахерская, туда ходили, жаловались, потому что там постоянный шум. Хотя не сказала, что
Да. 360. Да, да.
знала, что уже ну, и фотографии выкладывает Казачинский совет, что готовят садик для приема детей. Моют, чистят там все, драят. Не знаю, Писачинский.
Садик?
Ну, так получается, что готовимся к приему.
Не знаю, как он может быть садик.
Не знаю. А самому уехать в город на работу, так и что?
Ну, чтобы даже школьников там, может быть,
Хоть как-то
еще,
организуют
да,
куда-то
что-то
спустить, а
соображают о
этих...
детях, детей таких.
Не знаю, что на свет. Может, чисто так отчитали, что там никого нет. Фотографии выкладывают, играют, моют, там вообще порядок наводят. Все надо будет. Наш ребенка и вся душа твоя там. А какая может быть работа? А если там живешь переселенец, так смысл тебе его сдавать в садик, если он с тобой все время?
А да недавно был?
Ну да.
Я просто правда, в
6:57 тоже сейчас глянула.
нельзя, да,
Я еще
зайти
думала,
пока?
нет, я зашла.
Зашла уже?
Да. А я зашла, думаю, включиться, думаю, о, мы Татьяна Леонидовна в сети уже.
Ну, он, наверное, поставила и поехала. Она все добирается.
С попутками, автобусом.
Мне тоже, конечно. Добираться очень.
Они на блокпосту Писачинском так проверяли, так проверяли. Кто ж может ищет вот этих, что двое сбежало, розыск читала? Двое вооруженных сбежало с воинской части, ВСУшников. Вооруженные, фотографии, внимание, розыск. Я в двух это читала. Факт. Может, их уже как-то вычисляют, не знаю. Но досматривали. Я, конечно, не знаю, те, кто на грузовых машинах, что у них там можно увидеть на высоте, когда показываешь. Но у нас я на грузовых.